Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Awesome. And we are live. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy blessed new week. We have a new setup today. We have a new setup this week. We're going to try to do some new things coming up, more to announce very soon. Thank you for everyone who's joining today. Everyone who's all around the world. We really appreciate you guys joining MyPraise App. We're going to be jumping right in a couple minutes. As always, we got to start off with a prayer. Just got to thank the Lord. And we thank you so much, Lord Jesus, for continuing to guide us, Lord, for blessing us with your love, mercy, and grace. There's been so many things that's happened this past week, Lord, but we know that no matter what, you've been in it. We thank you for continuing to guide us and protect us. And I pray that you watch over everyone that's on this stream, anyone who may watch over this in the future, as well as everything that's happened in the past and everything that's happening in the near future. In Jesus' name, amen. Perfect. So today, we're going to talk about some fun things. Let me share my screen. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. So first, we got some fun things to announce. Some personal updates that we're going to share over the next couple of days. But a lot of people already know this on my Instagram family and just personal friends. But I've taken a step back from CrowdStrike. Everyone, I'm going to go full time. MyPraise App, full time entrepreneur. I feel like God has put a calling in my heart to not just release this app, but also be there to support it and hopefully expand it and grow it into something that I'm I'm less worried about the financial gain. I'm more interested in just trying to help as many people as possible get closer to God. So very exciting news. We'll definitely be sharing a lot more, not just on that decision. It took a lot of prayer, a lot of alignment with my wife. So I really appreciate her for taking a leap of faith when it doesn't make sense in a spreadsheet. So we'll get into it in the future. But yes, welcome. Today, what we're going to talk about is we're going to actually work on finalizing MyPraise App launch trailer. We're going to dive into some code alongs. So in essence, we just have a few more, I'll say more issues in terms of user experience that I just feel like we can clean up. Um, what else? We're going to do some exploration on some new ideas. So one that I've been using recently is Codex. I've been using that heavily over the past week over Cursor and Cloud Code. So we won't talk too much about like the cost and the usage, but you have to kind of see how I use all three of these today. Um, and then I thought it would be interesting to also track how much it costs in general to kind of get some things done throughout. So we'll spend some time between all three, and you hear me spiel about what I find to be useful between them. Um, some things I'm also looking forward to is I want to actually get a little bit more and a better way of being able to demo. So today we'll actually use a demoing tool called Kite, as well as we'll record a demo as part of the MyPraise launch app or launch trailer. But I want to actually build my own tool one day, and I heard that these two Codex plugins can be used. So I'll definitely want to explore that with you guys. Um, and maybe we'll spend some time on coming up with this new idea for being able to go through a memory kind of journey. Um, we upgraded the journey experience as part of 1.0 as well, just in terms of your goals and streaks and tracking. So now we want to think about how can we make memories more of a journey as well. And then we'll look at some ways that we can make the MyPraise app assistant a little bit better. So the things that I'm also working on, guys, is I want to actually find a way to start sharing these things that we talk about. So as you guys can see, I'm using something called Obsidian, um, and it has a very cool feature where I can publish things. So starting soon, like very very soon, like probably after this, we'll probably start sharing our code alongs. You can kind of see, and if you're actually on the call, you can actually probably see it right now. You go to MyPraise App dash micro, and you see this microsite. But in essence, this gives you kind of what we talk about throughout, as well as like any kind of any kind of content I want to share as well with the folks on the call. So more to come. Let me go back to the actual app. And yeah, so let's get right into it. Perfect. So as we also do this, I didn't get a chance to transcribe kind of my notes from church today, but there has been one verse that has been on my heart that was heavily discussed today. So I want to just pull it up. It's about Esther, and it says, "If at this time you say nothing, then help and salvation will come from another place. You and your father's family will come to destruction. And who is it to say that you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this?" Right. Um, this is a beautiful verse. Let me pull it. Actually, you guys can watch me. Uh, okay, almost there, guys. What we're gonna do? We're gonna start the simulator so that way you can see what I'm seeing on my phone. Okay, should be starting any second now. There it is. One of the great things about the new iOS update is how they allow you to actually view your screen.
That's how they allow you to actually view your screen.
Sometimes you may get some feedback, but so there's actually a few ways you can access the Bible now on MyPraise App. One of the ways is directly through the new navigation bar. I don't know if we talked about it last week, but I'm going to do an expose one day on this whole navigation experience, where you can now kind of see that there's a whole entire like navigation bar that scales with you as you scroll up. It goes away, so it gets out of your way, and then when you scroll down, it comes back into place. So this is like all part of the whole new design of MyPraise App. New more things to discuss throughout the app. Some things that we'll go through as well on the call, but you can see it shows you ability to go home, to go to your assistant, a cool new MyPraise assistant animation, the new reflection mode. I think we did discuss this last week, and then the Bible. So we'll start on the Bible because, as I was mentioning today, the verse that came from church was about Esther. In essence, if people don't know much about Esther, she's one of the heroes of the Bible, and she was pretty much she came over to, I can't remember which land it was. It may have been like Babylon or Egypt. But in essence, the Jews were in exile and they were, facing judgment. And when I say judgment, one of the people that had the king's ear, they passed judgment on the people of Israel, and they said, that they needed to be exterminated. Um, and Esther was a lowly girl, and her uncle Mordecai, was able to get her an audience with the king, and she became one of his wives, right? Um, so in essence, she never really understood why, but she stayed in faith and she trusted God, and she was in a situation where she could have either, hidden away, or she could have stood up, and she decided to stand up. And she says so with so much faith that this is one of the reasons why she's actually a hero of the Bible, right? Like, how crazy is it that a book written 5,000 years ago made not just a woman, but a queen, a hero of the Bible? It's amazing. So yeah, Esther 4:14 says, "If at this time you say nothing, then help and salvation will come to the Jews from some other place. But you and your father's family will come to destruction. And who is to say that you have not come to the kingdom even for such a time as this?" Then Esther sent him back to Mordecai with this answer: "Go get together all the Jews who are present in Sushan, and go without food for me, taking no food or drink night or day for 3 days, and I and my woman will do the same. So I will go to the king, which is against the law, and if death is to be my fate, then let it come." All right, guys. I don't know why I even do anything, to be honest, because that takes so much strength. So what happened back then, and we'll talk about it more at some point. But in essence, I think it was actually King Xerxes. So it may have been Persia. But if you went to the king and you weren't asked to come, and on top of that, you didn't have a reason other than to, like, say don't do something, and it was his loyal decree, might as well forfeit your life. So she, by prayer and fasting, built up that strength, and then was able to go and talk to the king and speak up for the Jews and save their lives. Right. Um, So that's something that I just felt like was extremely profound, and I just thank God for that situation and that truth. Um, so what you guys can see actually is, like I was saying, MyPraise App has a Bible. One thing that you'll see in 1.0 is you can actually
Esther, chapter 4, verses 14 to 16. If at this time you say nothing, then
you can listen to the Bible. We'll fix that and we'll make it a lot better at one point, but that's how it is so far. But I love this verse. I want to copy it. I'm going to add it to the notes for today. Okay, what is notes? Okay. Perfect. All right, y'all. So as I was saying, today we're going to do making MyPraise launch trailer. We'll go through Kite in the demo. What I want to do first is let's actually just jump right into the code along. We know that takes actually the most time waiting for the app to finish. So let's see. We want to fix this issue when we swipe left. The image gets locked. I'll show you guys what that looks like. We actually alluded a little bit to this one, where we want to click the verse under the profile to show the verse as well. We'll look into that. And then, yeah, as we see issues, we'll call them out and we'll fix them. Let's see if anything else. Yeah, I think this is actually an issue as well. We want to fix this one. So you guys will see what the first issue is. So everything is cool. Everything is great. It actually looks to be working pretty well right now. So maybe it's the fact that I'm streaming. I don't really get it. So far, so good. So you can't see the buttons I'm pressing, but what I'm doing actually is I'm pressing this middle button. You can use that with the app right now, but this actually allows you to shuffle the photos. So when it comes out, you'll be able to also do the same. Okay, so far it looks like it's working. We'll come back to that because so far it looks like it's working. So let's go to the next issue. When I click the verse under the profile, it should show the verse as well. Okay, so what that means, guys, is when I go to the assistant mode, then you can see when you scroll up now, you can see full screen. If I click that, it just says reflect with me on John 3:16. I actually wanted to show the full verse, not just reflect on me on John 3:16. So we'll update the way that the app actually injects this prompt. So it's able to put in the verse, right? It already has a verse. It just now needs to inject that verse directly into the prompt. So that's kind of what we'll focus on. And actually, as we focus on this one, let me look at this app called Paper. I've heard that this platform called Paper is actually something that's very helpful when it comes to not just coding, but kind of building out ideas, storyboarding, making flows and things like that. So let's see what Paper is like. Paper, they say that Paper is good. They say that it works very well for ChatGPT and Cloud and Codex. So I'll put that to the test. I'll show you guys kind of what I've been working on. So this is I'm using Codex a lot, very heavily. I'm not yet ready to show you guys some of the products, and I won't say they're just products, but there's some helpers that we've been using to make MyPraise App. Some things that I've been actually been able to do is build out some sites. So these are some sites that I've created to kind of help document some of the new features that are coming out. And these are actually more to admin the app itself. So we'll talk about that in the future. But what we really want to look at is we want to find some plugins. So where is the Paper plugin? Okay, I see Paper here. This quad, yes. Let's go to connectors, plugins. So I thought Paper was part of these plugins. Okay, maybe I need to do some more setup. So Obsidian. Okay, I'll see Obsidian. All right. Well, looks like we have Paper. We'll figure it out as we go. We got to sign in. That's the one thing about MyPraise App is there's no login. Okay. My teammates later. So supposedly paper is popping. Let's see what this uses. It seems very much like a Figma kind of tool. Okay. Slightly distracted, but yes, I want to just get that up and running. And what we want to do is when I click the verse on the profile, it should show the verse as well. All right. So that should be pretty simple. I could just use my favorite Obsidian, but I do want to try something new. So let's see what this is about. Okay, I actually think this is best for this. I have an idea though. Maybe we'll try it at the end of the call. So what we'll do is we'll just go to our favorite Obsidian. Go to the scratch pad. So yeah, because I'm not going to make a full flow today, these are just like some quick fixes. I'm not going to use freeform. I should just be able to use this directly. I usually use freeform if I need to do some major redesign or build out a whole brand new flow. Just move this down side by side. And for this one, what we're trying to say is when I click the verse under the profile, it should show as well. All right, so you kind of saw what the issue was before. I'll do it again just so I can take screenshots. Just close this guy. So I start off. Like I said, I don't need freeform while I have it up. So I can use it for myself. So when I click this, I want to see not just this, but I also want to see the you know, it may not be terrible as long as the response has John 3:16. So let's see what the response says. I did change up some of the prompting, so I'm very curious to see how it looks. Okay. So reflective beyond John 3:16 or replies with this. Okay. I'm going to read this all. Okay. So it does give the verse and the reply. And it has like a massive block over here. Okay. Do not disturb. Okay. Let's try it again. Sometimes it works, sometimes a few different ways. One thing that would be good is I'd love to see it like think out loud. All right. Maybe I'm gonna look into that because so far it's looking like the issues aren't as big of issues as I expected. So that's good. So all I'll say is the verse that is generated and the reply. Seem to be injecting. Yep. So that could be actually the issue. You guys can see here. That's how there's a massive amount of white space. So it does look like the update to the prompts that I did a couple days back look to be working pretty well. But now it generates a massive amount of white space. So we'll look at fixing that. I still like how it should show the thing. So what I can do is let me copy this prompt and I'll manually type it in. On John 3:16. Oh, because I'm on here. Okay. Let's see what happens if I give it a manual prompt. Let's see what this looks like as well. It's also taking a little bit longer than I like when it's and what I should be using on device. So as you can see, it's not using the internet. these hash marks are actually used for the conversion when I turn this into a praise and prayer. So I can actually try this now. Let's see how it can. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't come over. It doesn't come over well. Okay. I'll take a screenshot of this. So when I click the verse under the profile, so we'll fix that. The verse that is generated in the reply and replies, the verse that is generated in the reply back, especially in code blocks. Yeah. Another one is the header markdown and the replies are raw and don't convert to the reply or to the draft made to the draft of a memory properly. So I'll add that. What else? What I'll do is I'll take some screenshots of these. So I've already taken a screenshot for this one. Now this is actually where the new tags are. I don't know if we've actually gone to the new memory folder. We started this last week, but yeah, it's definitely there. We'll do a walkthrough of this when we go live, and as we come up with the launch trailer today. So we got this, we got that, and then Mi Familia, and my family extended. We'll add both. There it is. Let's see how this renders on the main page. Okay, looks good. Except for the issues. There's a lot of white space. So I'm just gonna actually a lot of blank space. There are many. Ideally, there should be additional blank rows unless they are separated by a divider. So one thing you guys always want to do is just document what you want. Like I said, today we're going to just jump right into the code. So let's orientate ourselves, and then we'll let this go as we make the trailer. So one thing I do see is also it doesn't link any of the people, and ideally should also link the memories. So let's see. Because it does have some memory links here. It shows the contacts, which is pretty cool. So we'll also optimize that. So pretty much what we'll say is when memories are generated from a response, if there are memories associated or used for the reply, automatically link as part of the generated memory. And why not just add memories and context? One thing about AI is, for a human being, I'd ask this and I'd say, yep, come back to me in about 3 days. Uh, but with AI, you can get it done in about a couple hours. So yeah, it's about 6:30. We'll try to get it done before 8. Okay, so I got this. I also do want this view to be a little bit more refined. Um, so I'm going to also say memories and contacts that are let's see, how can I say relevant to the response should have better chips. They call these little guide chips. And I kind of want this to look a little bit better. So we'll just ask AI to think of something. We may even use Cloud Design for it. So we'll see. I may use Cloud Design for it. Let me remember this. So that way we can look at everything. Cloud Design plus code. Okay. Let's see who can do this one better. So what memories are generated from response if there are memories plus context associated or used for the reply automatically link as part of the generated memory. I think I have to use Cloud Code for this one as well. Yep. So what you guys are seeing me do is you're seeing me prioritize. I see that there's a few issues I want to fix. Now I could say everything codex or just copy and paste and everything else, but these two are linked to each other. They're going to touch the same components. So I'm going to use them both, and I think they both deserve a little bit of design and cloud code as well. So we'll use that today. Yeah, so we have a pretty packed day. Now let's see what's going on, if there's anything new with this. This is crazy, guys. Literally right before the call, I was trying to swipe and it was stuck. So maybe it's just because I'm live. So we'll keep our eyes on it. So far, it's looking good. Okay. One thing that we're going to be releasing, kind of jump the back over here, but you can see we have some. We have a MyPraise App background. Come back over here. And now let's get started. So we want to say when I click a verse, this should happen. Okay. We're just going to label this tranche of work. Now what I'm going to do. I think I already have the screenshots. Go into my scratch pad. All right, because I want to say and this goes to this. All right, when the user clicks this, and then you inject it to this. Show the full thing. And you guys know me, I always say, take a screenshot and just crop it. Now, I could have it in the body, or I could have it as a chip. I've been loving the idea of like kind of having things always as chips, because then it almost makes it look like it's like fully integrated with the app. So let me see what this looks like with a chip. So 2 options. I think a chip is nice, because then someone can remove it as well. It kind of merges with the rest of the app. Now, if you don't know what a chip is, if I come into one of these, you can see how it says, "Amen, pray with me, help me pray this." Another new feature that we enabled last week. I think what we'll say is we'll say verse of the day. I like that. So what we'll say is we actually want this to look similar to this. I'll take a screenshot of this guy. Yeah. All right, perfect. And this is the first time I'm going to use Codex for one of these kind of fixes. So using 5.6 sol high. I mean, you can use extra high, ultra, medium. I'm going to start with high. We'll do plan mode. Okay, Excel draw. Those funny things when you try to copy and paste. Okay. Let's start off small. Let's make it small. I'm always skeptical of things handling it. So when I click the verse under my profile, the full verse and message should be visible above the text bar where suggested response chips are displayed. Okay, let's get it started. All right, so I have this moving. We'll also use Claude. Now, one thing I love about Codex that, as you can kind of see, it has its own little UI. Oh. Now, when I pull up Claude, everyone kind of knows Claude's UI. It's also quite nice, but it's very much, I say it's a lot more clean, a lot more. I want to say because they're the ones that actually made this kind of UI look. But I love how ChatGPT actually gives you a lot of different options. And the cloud also has like the whole design mode, which is amazing. And one day we'll talk about this. This is one of my accelerators for me to get started for MyPraise App and doing a code alongs. I'll release this one day. But yeah, back to this. Now what we want to do is we want to use cloud design for one of the new features here, right? Now this one we want to say when memories are generated from a response, if there are memories and context associated or used for the reply, automatically link as part of the generated memory. All right, so you guys can kind of see this is going. Let's see how long it takes. Also, let's see how long I started. So I have 83% usage. Let me take a track on here. 3% remaining. Codecs. I'll do the same for cursor as well. I'm curious. And Claude. Okay. So when memories are generated from a response, if there are memories and context associated or used for the reply, automatically link as part of the generated memory. So I'm trying to think of like what is the best way to depict that as a screenshot and then depict that as a flow that we can send to our bot to be able to see if it knows what's going on. So usually I like it to ask me questions before it confirms, but so far it's able to do what it needs. So we'll see what it says. All right, so I think, oh, look, it did ask me some questions. When it says this prompt is tapped, what should appear in the new area above the text field? Okay. Unfortunately, I can't see. My camera is right above this piece. Let me see what it says. So how should the selected verse or prompt preview be cleared? Dismissed or send? Okay. Clear on edit, yes. I like that. There's another about codecs. Yeah, something called a pet. And I actually want to build a pet, so maybe we'll build one on the call as well. Put that into here, pets. All right, so go through our scratch pad. Just take some screenshots. And what we want to show now is we want to show kind of what happens when, I see that there's supposed to be, so when you guys see this little, I don't know the word called bracket plus a number, that means that there's actually a memory that's linked behind it. If it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, that's like literally if it's that first memory or the second memory or the third memory. Now, ideally, there should be some kind of hyperlink or something that you can, tie that back out, right? So that's going to be the first thing that we fix is we want to fix that. And then the other piece where it says, let me actually take a note of this. Okay. I'll go back to my code along sheet. Okay. Because now the AI know that I see it. I want to do better. So we got this here. Let me take a note before I forget, because I said I also want it to be under long replies. Show a better streaming / thought. So it's not all provided as one drop of text. We'll wordsmith that. But sometimes I just like to give the AI just like random, I won't say random, but I give the AI more like descriptive issues versus like I know what the issue is. Right now it's streaming. I can just focus on stream, but if you just focus on stream, it's not gonna get the big picture as a user, right? As a user, I see it as just a giant drop of text. So I want it to be a little bit more elegant. So now it says this is fixed. So add a persistent selected item preview to MyPraise Assistant Composer. Okay. Or landing page suggestion keeps its full context visible above the editable text. So it says track the selected landing item locally without changing the system models or request payloads. Okay. Track the selected landing item locally. Okay. Okay. All right. One question I gotta ask though is if this is persistent, will it stay until will it stay forever or until the prompt is sufficed / the suggestion is removed? So yeah, very nice. Very like I like this. I like the approach. It's making it persistent. I would like it to be more like transactional, but so let's see. It says no, it only persists while the draft is being composed. It disappears when the prompt is successfully sent. When you tap the remove button, you select another verse, okay? You start a new request or conversation. Perfect. My wife says it sounds good. All right. Whoop, whoop. That's the verse. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, she's back. Guess who's back? Back. Okay. So now I approve the plan. So let's see how that looks. Back to what we were talking about earlier. So we'll go back to kind of drafting this. In fact, what I like to do as well is so I don't have to go back and forth. I'm just going to copy and paste this over, All right. So I want to first work on this one, right? So it says when memories are generated from a response, if there are memories plus context associated or used for that reply, automatically link as part of the generated memory. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do first is we're going to say optimize the way that these are viewed, right? So I want to say I see that this has memories. All right. I do want to use Cloud Design for this, so that's what I said as well. Okay. So what we'll say is, let's see. how can we envision this? Let's go to. This is why. This is where I may actually go to freeform, but let's go back to this. All right. So we're going to go to mobbing. You always gotta go to mobbing. And what I want to see is AI responses reference. I can't spell. So Google has some pretty good replies. Maybe I'll just look it. Maybe I'll just look it up. So I'm able to find it in. Oh, that's random. Okay, so you see how it kind of has like, that it kind of has it like Reddit, Ask Academia, plus a link, plus some kind of plus to show how many references they got it from. So maybe I can do something like that. And then it has a row for the memories at the bottom, or in this instance, the replies. How does it work on ChatGPT? I don't like how this does it though, to be honest. Okay, let me see how this looks on the mobile device. You also go to Google, and I was to say, let's say Psalms 21. Oh, yeah, references. Same thing. Okay, so you can kind of see it's a list with the horizontal scroll at the bottom. We already kind of have these chips at the bottom of ours, where you can see you can click the link, and then it kind of takes you to its own view. I love that. And click this, it'll take you to the actual website. I love that. Click that, it takes you to view this. I love that. And then has like a little chip summary. You're gonna hear me say a lot of words about chip today. Chips Ahoy. A lot of things about chips. So yeah, we got this. I love chips, by the way. So yeah, we got the links. We got the bar. We got them in line. And then we have websites. So 3 major things. We got the chips at the top, chip summary. What else does it say? Okay, don't care. Or I'm not going to say don't care. Don't need to understand what that is yet. So it has the chip summary at the top of the reply. That's interesting. And then it has the text summary at the bottom. It has hyperlinks for website links. Okay. It has a chip of the actual website over here. Where it's not able to find one, it does just a link. And then it has the row of the chips over here. So 1, 2, 3. So it has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 chips, but it says 10 over here. Or it says 6 over there. How many does it have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Okay. So it's a true count of what you see at the top, but it summarizes it as 6 plus. I hit the number 6, so we'll say 7 plus. And then yes. All right, we have an idea, peeps. Okay, so this is still running. Yeah, this pet thing, game changer. I call it Eagle. Oh, just winked at me. All right. Let's take a screenshot of you. I'll go to my scratch pad. No, one thing I don't like about Obsidian, especially when you use a draw, is like I don't want the dimensions to change when I crop this, so that's a bit of a pain. I don't know how to lock, but we'll figure it out one day. Because I want that. Maybe I should do it from my phone. Because what happens here is when I click. See, that's actually pretty important. I'd have missed that if I didn't click that. Because what's key is that little micro transaction, in essence, is what makes it a little bit smoother for the user. In essence, what happens is if you click the bar, you will see a view. I'm trying to copy and paste it, but maybe I'm just going to use device hub once again. You'll actually see a view. They call these half sheets. You can see a half sheet of the responses. And then you can expand that half sheet to be a full sheet. Okay. Yeah, this is where it's starting to get annoying. I'm going to go to... All right. I might have to just remake this in... Yeah, well, that's in free form. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is just much better. Much more consistent. I think this is done. Okay, so looks like it's going to the final testing mode. Oh, looks like I actually did a test. Another crazy thing about Codex is that it can run the simulator and take screenshots. Something I didn't know that. I think Cloud Code can do it too, but I've never used that feature. We'll just try to manually test these guys. All right, so like I was saying, or what I was saying earlier was, you can see this kind of micro. Anytime you see this, that means that the simulator is doing something. So that's good. Yeah, another screenshot here. I think it's just going to burn tokens at this point. So what it's trying to do now is just trying to type check and do final link result. What am I trying to do here? Yeah. I can manually test this time. So I'm going to stop it. Let's see if it's trying to like do some tests. So what happens is this guy will now I'll draw it for you. Well, that's just when you click the chip expands, and the expansion can then be further expanded because it starts off as a half chip, and then it expands to a full chip when you swipe up. So I'll show that again. Half chip. We'll scroll. No issues here. When you open it, it opens up the link. Okay. So I kind of want the same thing to happen on ours. Open up the link of the memory, right? But what's more important is that you can go full chip. Forgot it's not working when I do that, so I'm going to do screenshot. Back to freeform. Everything's actually kind of small already, so maybe I'm just going to go back to being small. Just boxing it out, guys. Remember, like I said, you always got to make a flow, even if it's mundane and it's super simple. It'll just make your life a lot easier. And the final thing is that you can then click that to open up. The web page. Okay, perfect. It looks like this is done. We'll review what that did in a second. And let's go back to freeform. I don't think I need these boxes actually. So what I'm showing here, one day we'll do like a course on process flows, but yeah, it's actually very important, or it's key how I'm showing like it's going from here to here to here. We're also going from here to here because in essence, what this is saying is that a user can either click one of these guys to go directly here, or can swipe up on the page to then directly make the page full screen. So I want to make sure that we keep that as well. So we'll make sure that we add the chip that shows a summary of the cards or the summary of the links and the references. We'll make that underneath the response so that it goes from the user response to the chips that made the references. When you click the reference, you'll be able to, let me type this up. Sometimes I get too excited, I don't even take notes. So actually, what I want to do is, I'll do it the way that I did it over here, where I have my note card and my stickies. So one, add a summary of reference chips below the user response. 2, when user clicks, expand the, or when user clicks, navigate to half sheet of hyper/deep links to memories and URLs. 3, or A, the half sheet can be expanded to a full sheet. Or 3, the user can navigate to the URL/deep link from the sheet. So just one little thing. It actually is about 3 requirements. All right. So you got 1, 2. It's actually more like 4 if you actually really think about it. We'll say it's 3. All right. So now we have one requirement ready to go. Like I said, we're going to be jumping right into code. What I want to do is let me group these. And let me also add the frame. This would be a better way of adding frames in this. I think that's it. Okay. So now this is a group. All right, and now I got my requirements. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to I told you guys I'm going to use Cloud Design for this, because this is kind of what ideally it should look like. Whereas this is what it looks like now. All right. So today, that's what I wanted to show. I'm going to show the Claude. So it has understanding of kind of what it looks like now versus what it should look like in the future, right? Okay. So first thing that I'll tell my cloud design, if you've never used cloud design, this is going to be like a little bit of a course, but in essence, you can come up with design systems. So I've made one for MyPraise App. One day we'll go through it, but this literally has, this is my social truth for everything. It has my colors, it has like my icons, it has like end-to-end guides in terms of how you can use the app, widget inventory, animating backgrounds. So I use this to actually really build out a lot of things within the app and make sure it all has a consistent design pattern, right? So what I want to say for this one is I want to revamp the assistant workflow of references, right? So we want to think of like one project name. So I would like to revamp and refine the way that the assistant displays reference links to the user and MyPraise system. All right. Okay, now what I'm doing is I'm just going to paste this stuff in here. I could honestly just literally paste it as a picture, but I want to show you guys, don't take shortcuts. I'm gonna go to some of my sauce. Where's my notes? Okay, there it is. But pretty much what I asked is I copied and pasted what I want for the first tranche of requirements. I want those reference chips below the user's response, right? We just went over that. I'm asking it to ask me questions to confirm the scope and make sure that the bot understands what I'm looking for. And then I gave it a sample screenshot of how it looks and told it where to find it. I find that when you give it this much information, then it's less likely to hallucinate and it's more likely to stick to where your request actually is. I want to use Opus versus Fable. That's one thing I've been using. I've been using some of the less expensive versions. It's been actually producing pretty consistent results and less time. So as this is cooking, let's plan the next requirement. So the next thing I want as part of this, so we're going to kind of look at this bottom piece. These are kind of what I think about as like enabling functionalities. So the eventual thing is that we want it to all go to the new memory, but until we have like a better experience, it's not gonna, necessarily help. So yeah, we'll finish this requirement and then we'll go to the main issue at hand. So this says, where should this live? Okay. Yep. Okay. I like this. How's your summary low look? I mean, that's always kind of nice, but like, I like having things with sections. So maybe let's go with option 3. So memories, web URLs, scripture verses, people. So deep links, web URLs, scripture verses, people in context. I could say photos. Yeah, let's add some photos. That would be pretty cool. Let's do a group by type. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I like that. What's in each reference row? This is cool. Let's see what that looks like. What do you want back? Interactive prototype, prototype handout spec, static screens. We'll do this. I always like to do this first. Now, okay, this looks like a new experience from Claude. Like I'm ready to leave Claude, and then all of a sudden they come up with like new experiences. So this is great. So inline one first chip row, same sheet. Okay. Yeah, I actually do kind of want someone to be able to report an issue. So I see that. We'll do relevance. Nope, I think that's good. All right, perfect. So now it's going to go to the design system. We're going to see something really cool as this happens. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to take care of the second piece, which is saying I want the last row, right? So what we saw earlier was that when you now come to Google, for example, you have this, you have everything at the bottom, which is perfect. We also have the URL as tappable. Let's see what the response comes back with, because I think I actually captured that. But I also do like how it then shows the references at the bottom. So we'll add this as well. So what we're saying is in free form. Oops. We have this, extend this container. And we ungroup everything here. So now for the fourth requirement, we're saying that at the bottom of the half sheet, or actually no, it's not the half sheet. At the bottom of the response, you should now be able to then see the actual row of references. Right. I don't know if there's anything special after that. Because after that, what you can just do is you can just come here. You see your overflow menu. Okay, never mind. I didn't know that that's what that did actually. I thought it allowed you to copy. But it seems like it actually takes you to this overflow page. Okay. What does this do? I like that. Yep. We shall be peeping that. So dudes, come back here, take a screenshot. Okay. And you can see it's just popped up. That means that the design system is done making the pretty much the interactive mock-up of what we want to do here. Okay. So we got this here. We got this here. Let's get this over here. All right. So 3 is the fourth requirement. Fourth requirement is just having this at the bottom. Fifth requirement is being able to then expand the 3 dots to be able to see the sheet that has more summary. All right. So let's drop that. So we say it's 4 at the bottom of the agent response. Add a row with horizontal scroll for the references. All right, and then 5 is when the ... menu is displayed, show additional details about the ref. All right. I need to learn how to spell, guys. REFERENCE. Those quickly dots just make it too easy. Okay. So this is now saying that it has it, right? Okay, so it's still working. Let's see what's going on. I want to get this pop out. Perfect. And where is my free form? Okay. So now supposedly this is done. All right, now it's done the demo. Let's see how this looks. I think I've just like either like overused Claude or something. Like it just, I've seen people be able to do other things much faster than this. So we're just really thinking. I would love to use this. Okay, look at this. Very nice. I actually kind of like this more than the way that it did it on Google. So maybe I stick with this. This is why sometimes I think it's actually better to just let the AI kind of vibe with you. Because number one, I don't want to like want to be original. And number two, like this is actually technically a little bit more appealing. So what I can do is maybe instead of I'll have this three dot context menu. Um, let's see, because I do like how they also have like more about the recommendation. Maybe I'm going to keep that in the background for now because we do need to make this trailer. So yeah, I just saw me actually come up with a whole new feature that we'll do in the future as well. So let's see. So we use Cloud Code for this, and we use Cloud Design for this. We'll use this with Cursor because I think Cursor can easily handle this one. We'll use Cursor for this one as well. Okay, let's just now think about this flow when we add it to memory. All right. So let's see how we can make this look a little bit more smooth. So when I say add to memory, so I say new memory, it pulls it up. I don't see anything on here, so that's a little bit bizarre. So maybe what we can say is I guess we don't need. How would this look if I link to memory? So memories aren't actually even linked on here, so I need to add the memories to be linked on this page. Okay, what happens when we add a contact? Nothing on this page as well. So we may add a memory, contact, and link, right? So we want everything to be on here. So we definitely want the URLs. Okay. Okay, so this is where they're shown. So maybe we just add this component. As you guys can see, it's kind of right over here. But we should add that over here somewhere. So maybe it's more like when you scroll down, that's like a continue. You can then kind of see this. So I can always show this at the bottom. I think we'll fix that at some point. That's not something we'll do tonight. So it does allow you to show over here, so that's good. So I may not even need like clout for this or design. I can probably just build out this design within Cloud Code itself. Yeah, I don't need that one. So how do I want to do it? So how do I describe it? Sometimes I get afraid of adding these kind of things, but let's see. Let's see how this looks. Okay. So I got this one cooking now. Let's go back to what we're supposed to be doing today. So this should already be fixed. We'll also look at fixing this and these two. So let's see what Codex did. So Codex is now saying everything's done. Let's see how much usage that used. That is about 1% of usage, so that's actually not that bad. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to go to my Xcode and I want to launch my MyPraise App. Okay, let's see. Where is this at? I'm going to do, I'm going to turn on the light. I'll be right back. All right. Still building. Oh. All right, Cam. Sorry, guys. Let's see how this looks. Okay, that should be good. And got to launch on the app. So what we wanted earlier to do was we wanted to be able to click one of the suggestion cards. First of all, is to click the verse of the day. Perfect. I see Johnson Love the World. But now it's like a massive, massive card, a lot of white space. So not ideal. Yeah, so I don't like that. So what we'll do is we'll fix this. It looks like it added it, which is great. But now it's just kind of, massive chunk, a lot of white space. Ideally, I wanted it to be in the same row as what you see as the keyboard dismiss button. So that's kind of how we'll steer the reply in the fix, right? So almost. So nah, it's not ready. The chip is added and just expands the entire section. The chip should be in line with the keyboard dismiss button. Right. So let's see if it's able to understand that. So in essence, we're just saying the chip is just kind of added and expands the entire section. The chip should be in line with the keyboard dismiss button like other suggestion chips. So I showed like the Amen, some of the other ones there. We kind of want the same, right? So it's nice and compact. So we'll see how this comes back. Let's see what's going on with Claude. Okay. Sometimes it doesn't even know what the app actually can do. So it's always funny because it may just go ham and build a whole new entire screen, and then you kind of see that happen in the app itself, and then you're gonna have to just peel back the onion. So let's see, where are we? What am I looking at? I'm looking to see codecs. How this is coming. I don't think that that's what I wanted, but let's see. So as this is running, what I'm going to do is let's pull out the next issue that we're going to fix. This one should be a little bit easier. So the verse that is generated and the reply, especially in the code block, seems to be injecting many rows of blank space. Ideally, there shouldn't be additional blank rows unless that they're separated by a divider. The header MD in the replies are raw and don't convert to the draft of the memory properly. So a few things we'll fix over here, right? So that's just what we're saying over here is, let's get this guy. Oh, also want to look at this one. We'll do this one after though. Let's get the baseline fixed first. Because what we're trying to say over here is the verse that is generated and replied back, especially in code blocks, seem to be injecting many rows of blank space. So what I'll do is I'm going to show the screenshot where God's agape love, amen. So I'll do this screenshot. And then what we'll do is we'll then do a screenshot of what happens when you actually try to create a memory from here. So when I click the memory, you're going to now see let's do another one because I can't see that one too well. So it actually doesn't look that bad when the memory is exported. Let me just reread what I said. Because sometimes, ideally, there shouldn't be additional blank rows unless they're separated by a divider. I see everything's good. I'm gonna look into this as well. As you can see, I'm sure you guys what I'm looking at. Well, as you can see, when I'm actually in edit mode, the whole screen is kind of like stuck, so I only have a small window to make edits, right? But ideally, this should be a little bit more expanded. So let me actually take a log of that. It looks like what? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows visible. Ideally, you should like dynamically see more than 6 rows. So where's my screenshot? The text window. So how do we describe this, right? So in essence, because what happens is if you're doing the text, right? If you're doing the texting, you do want it to scale, but you don't necessarily want it to push everything away. So let's say you should extend to 10 rows. All right, let's see. So we're going to say that and the text. That should be the first row of the user. So this behavior, I think, is going to be a little bit hard. So we'll see how this one does without changing the model. And the header MD and the replies are raw and don't convert. So then we'll show the final piece, which is this. So this is one of the reasons why I love Cursor. So in Cursor, you can see here, you have different models. So you can use Cursor Grok 4.5, you can use Composer, you can use Opus, you can use Fable, you can use GPT 5.6. So you can literally use any kind of model that you want. So I kind of like to use Cursor for more of the, high complexity, multifaceted issues. I built the whole app on Cursor, so now I've been mixing a little bit of Codex and Cloud Design. But what I'm seeing is like I use those for very specific things. So like Cloud Design, I use to help come up with the flows, and then a lot of things that you see on YouTube when it comes to thumbnails and those kind of things, I build on Cloud Design, and then I use the Codex side for now. I use most of the coding on Codex, but it's still Cursor is still, one of my favorites. It's like a delicious, like your favorite like comfort food. Yeah. Also, the hardness just around it is just a lot easier. A lot more consistent when it comes to coding and when it comes to being able to understand and call the right tools, some basic issues. Okay, let's see what this one did. So this one says selected version prompt preview. Okay, it's already fixed that. Okay, so now it says it's been moved to a compact chip row, implemented and installed on the Buddha simulator. I could see if there's a screenshot. Is there a screenshot? Okay, maybe not. There's no screenshot, so we'll just go and we'll just start. We'll start the next build. As you can see, now this is what Clout is doing. You can see it's going through my Graphify CLI. Or say that's not installed, but I don't need it. I already have Graphify directly. I'll do a little expose one day on like graph engineering. So this is not fully graph engineering. This is just like how I just make sure that the app always makes sure it gets like the latest system context, the latest system graph, I guess. But graph engineering is one of the new up and coming, engineering methods when it comes to AI. Okay, so this is coming up. Now let's see what else is there. Let me see what we're going to do today. So we'll look at that. Let's see how Claude did when it comes to the new flow. Okay, so this one says it's done. I don't see it yet, so what we'll do is most likely like still rendering on this page, but we'll bring it up on our web page. Awesome. So this is not exactly how it is in the app, but I'm not looking for pixel perfect right now. One thing I love about Cloud Design though is that you can literally do a handoff. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to hand this off to Cloud Code. Before we actually do that, I do want to actually fix this issue, so that way it doesn't like overlap each other. We're going to try to fix this whole verse generation being tied back to memories. Because once this is fixed, then we can go ham with the design and know that this app isn't going to, cross-contaminate what Cloud Code is working on. Another thing you have to keep in mind is just, not just the files, but literally the functionality. When you have two agents working on it at the same time doing vastly different things, you're going to have a little bit more, discrepancies and error-prone code. So now we see what's going on over here. It's going to ask me some questions. The app should be ready. Let's see if we're going to get stuck. Okay, hasn't been stuck yet. Oh, it was close. It was close. It's trying to get stuck. So far, it hasn't been stuck. Yeah, well, let's see. Oh, much better. I like that. Close the week. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks good. So Codex, you've now been able to fix this. Okay. It's persistent. We're now going to just do a quick test. Very nice. Perfect. We can now probably say that is complete. If I do amen, is there anything random that happens here? Nope, everything's good. Perfect. Now let's go back to our code along. We are done with this today. Okay, I'm working on these two right now. These three. These are all coming from Cursor. So now Cursor is saying I have designs for these two, so those are coming soon. I only want to get to this one. Let me check my Cursor usage. And the two things we forgot to do today, or just now, we forgot to check the usage. Okay, so I used about 9% of my usage just now. So Codex is about 82%. And Cloud is already used 9%. And all that I did was really just, let's say 82 remaining. And what about Cursor? I've used about $5 worth of Cursor right now. So let's see. What's today? August 9th. Some late night code yesterday. So yeah, I used about like $1. So what is this? 246 plus 94. So about $3, $4 worth, right? And I've just literally asked questions. Yeah, I think I like Codex. Okay, I'm just gonna keep track of how I'm tracking these. And there are plenty of tools that I could, use to get more precise. But that's how I like to just keep track, because like it should be a mental model in your mind. But eventually, we'll get to this whole cost inside and eventually. But right now, I'm focused on the vibes, the experience, and getting this app out into your hands. So, yeah, now that we have that documented, we have this checked off. let's go back to cursor. It has some questions for me. So it says the verse blank space bug. Can you paste the raw assistant reply in Markdown, long press the reply and copy so I can confirm the exact issue? So I think I'm going to do a bit of A, but I'm also going to take a copy and paste of this. Okay, A plus this. Okay. So you see, I was actually able to see, like, I didn't give it too much context of where it gets the change, but it said the new memory capture sheet and the memory detail body. And I made a new edit to the new memory capture sheet. So if it caught that, then I'm hoping that it's going to capture everything. Okay. Let's do every rich text because I think everything just needs to be fixed. The row being typed should be the first row when the user has gotten to the end. Which scrolling behavior do you mean? So only when the correct reaches the bottom of the visible window, jump scroll so that line becomes the top row, then continue filling downward. Always pin the correct to the top of the editor while typing. Continuous typewriter scroll. Continuous typewriter scroll. Let's try A. I think that this is the one that I need. For raw markdown headers converted into memory draft, what's the expected result? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I want this to be clamped. Okay, so I think I give it answers. So now this is working, this is churning, this is churning, this is churning. Maybe I'll use Codex for this one because I think I can. Yeah, it is very similar actually to the context of what happened here. So I don't want to say it's great. Another thing I love about Codex is it has this go mode. So I'm gonna actually use that for this. It's pretty extensive from what I've seen. So I'm trying to get behind the camera. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Okay, now it's saying then we gather concrete details, editor, blah this, blah that. Okay. Pretty much just researching the code. So I got this cooking, I got these two cooking, I got these 3, 4 cooking. I got this ready to go. And then soon we'll get to talking about the demo within our last 30 minutes or so. What I'm thinking, guys, is that we'll definitely set up more calls throughout the week. Like I said earlier in the call, with some big announcements to make. But we'll have more time to actually do more code alongs and videos like this. So So I'm going to say this is actually one where I say 1 plus 2, add a setting and the personalization and the settings menu. Okay. That may be too big. Let's see. B, but centralize the logic so that one change will update across. Okay, so new delivery set and paste only batch fallback replies as batch as fallback replies or also buffer genuine live OpenAI streams. Also, it shouldn't just be OpenAI. It should be for on device as well. Okay. So it looks like these are going to probably take the longest, which is perfect because guys, we're going to be listening. Okay. I don't like how this says ass, but there it is. But soon we're actually going to be jumping in into making the trailer. We'll be vibing to some music in a bit. So we'll see in a couple seconds. Let's read out what these are saying. They're saying assistant markdown and editor rows. Context. All 3 issues funnel through 2 files. Rich text codec. Okay. These are some of the special skills I actually made for how I develop. You can see all my plans come with, markdowns, and these are actually memory diagrams. So let's see. Assistant reply markdown, chat content blocks, assistant block. Okay. So it's going to start parsing things down. Okay. I'm going to trust it, guys, because sometimes I can't read all this stuff. So it says fix assistant verse call out blank space, normalize chat markdown, collapse blank line rules. Yep. Trim trailer noise space. Okay. Fix block score regex for bears. That's it. Correct. Yeah, I guess it's adding too many nested quotations. Substitute horizontal rule attachments for Swift text. Okay. Add test running the captured assistant. I like that. I like to see automated test. Centralized editor sizing and rich text editor view. Yep. With default roles as 12 and okay. We may have to reduce that if it's going to just stay at 12. Remove per call site frames. Okay. Let me ask one more question. Does it start at 12 or expand? Because if it starts at 12, then I'm going to actually reduce it probably to 8. I think it was saying that for the pin to work, it needs to anchor to a fixed position. So let's see if it's able to do so. If it's not, then I'm going to reduce it so it's not 6, but it's definitely not going to be 12. Okay, it starts at. Okay, let's update to 7, which is God's perfect number. Let's see. So did it so can Apple on device do it? I like how it just kind of like came up with a plan and then didn't tell me the answer. Okay. I don't know what this means, so I'm curious. What does this mean? And will it make every text a title / large font? And that's what I wanted. So there it is. Plan can be implemented to improve the streaming / response time for the assistant. Okay, so let's see what this says. So this is saying no, this does not make every line a title or bump all text to large heading style. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So memory body text. Okay. I think I'm aligned with the plan. So let's build. One thing you start doing as you're going to be vibe coding, you're going to learn a lot. So these are things that I love to find out. I wasn't aware of it before. Okay, we've been on together for about 2 hours. Now we're going to be working next on the fixes for, let's see. So we got the rich text working over here. And we got codecs working over here. In that sense, one thing I want to do is I want it to be faster. So how far should the revised streaming plan go? Balanced improvement, maximum speed. Let's see. So add pre-warming, earlier UI feedback, safe parallel preparation, native streams, and latency metrics while preserving current context and web search reliability. Also add reusable sessions, streamed web tool loops, response context caching. I kind of want maximum speed. All right, let's do balance improvements. We'll start there, and then we'll always get better. So as this is working, this is not working. This is now cooking. Let's talk about the trailer, guys. So how am I going to do this? First, let me actually show you guys what I've started. So let me actually go into my YouTube. Okay. Go on to my studio. So I haven't released this original version. But what you guys are going to see is kind of this is the goal.
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer. No clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Rise at your words, small talk face when I walk this path.
Awesome. So that's pretty much the trailer. So I kind of already have it halfway built. As you can see, there's still some jankiness in the demo. I have new functionality that I want to showcase. So we'll spend some time throughout the rest of the evening just preparing for it. Now, one thing that I use something called Kite. So I won't go into too much about what it is, but in essence, when you use something like Kite, it allows you to build. You know how Apple has all the animations with zoom in, and when you're like a mobile teaser. Kite is perfect for that because it's able to give you templates. So I started from this template where you can kind of see, very similar things that I've used. So that's just when you click start from this template. It gives you a few, samples that you can start with. And then from there, you just kind of go ahead and, use your creativity. So that's kind of how it starts.
Introducing our new mobile app. It does this amazing thing over here, and this other incredible thing down here. So you can get back to doing the things you actually want to be doing faster. Did we mention it does this, that, and the other thing? Download today on the App Store.
So very cool. I saw this app and actually that's actually why I'm gonna. This is one of the inspirations behind doing the next thing I'm going to show you, which is I ended up creating my own. Well, you need music. I'm a DJ in essence. I became a DJ Ike Chuku, little Ike Chuku. But I've been making some music on Suno. It's another kind of I like to say vibe praising, using this to come up with some tunes and kind of the catchy song that you're gonna hear as we come up with the MyPraise App launch trailer. What's great is I actually already have 3 followers, which is something I was not expecting, and someone remixed my song. So, Yasir, fire song. I listened to it earlier. We'll listen to it again. But yeah, if you guys ever need some new music for your soul, feel free to follow me on What You Need Music at suno.com. More details will be coming out very, very soon. And we'll just kind of start vibing on kind of what this launch trailer is going to look like. So, what I'm going to do is, if I now go back to Kite, so this is how the normal thing looks like. What's good about Kite is you can actually add a lot of cool features. Like you can use AI to generate a script. Well, not really generate a script, but to speak out your script. All right, so that's what I used for these voice notes. So pretty much I have my AI coming through and speaking the script that we put together. So you can kind of see how this app is. I kept that same intro slide and spin from the original demo. What I'm going to do is I may rerun this whole entire script within the UI so I can get new images and videos. We have a lot of new things actually from when we actually even recorded this 2 weeks back. So yeah, I had
Welcome to MyPraise App.
So that's the voice. Her name is actually Sarah. So that's my wife's name as well. So Sarah, you're everywhere. I love it.
Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise. Log a prayer.
So some of the things you can also do is you can add some cool like text effects. Yes, you are. So this one is one of the. So if you're ever looking at like different effects, you go to text and logos, you'll be able to see like all the different animations. So this one is using like the words, which gives you kind of like a drop down. This one is using the poppin, so you can put over a subject and it'll do a poppin. And then this one is going to be using more of the poppin as well. So this one's a side poppin, right? Um, so yeah, you're going to see some of that throughout.
Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise. Log a prayer. No clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise.
There it is. I pretty much replaced this with my own background. So I have my, like you saw in my design. So if you go back to like my design system, one day I'm gonna come up with some best practices. But and that's also my design system. I have my brand colors, right? So I'm using my brand colors. I'm just getting into the brand colors. Yep, and my brand colors. So I use the brand colors as everything that I try to just keep everything consistent. I added my icon, and I just literally keyed in these words for the logo. So that's how we're able to kind of make this trailer. I don't love the kite, so I'm gonna try to. I think the only way you can get rid of it is by paying for it. So obviously, it's like $69 per month. We'll see if I pay for it. I don't mind it. I may even see if I can get rid of it within, Apple iMovie. So it's not terrible, but yeah, it's definitely just kind of right in your face. So yeah, so that's kind of the goal. Let's see how Claude is doing for everything else. And cursor. So cursor is saying Xcode is in the command line tools path. Okay, it should be, but let's just give it. I did reset my laptop recently, so maybe it's still finalizing the final steps. Okay, now this has a good plan. Let's get implemented. All right, perfect. So as this is working, let's start making our trailer. So one thing that Kite says it's able to do, it says it's able to record your screen, and it supposedly makes it easier when it comes to doing zoom ups and zoom ins. So let's see. How is MyPraise App home screen even looking? Okay. So I'm going to delete all of these and kind of get back to the we'll delete these guys, and we'll just get back to like the same list that I did the recording for last week. Actually, oh, yeah, I saw that. The image was stuck, so it is still happening, just not as much. So let me refresh my. Let me actually not delete these. I forget. Let's just restore everything. We'll do this differently. What we'll do is we'll do a filter. We'll say for anything custom range between July 1st and July 31st. Okay. Alright, so now what's happening is I want to just show gallery photos from that period as well. Okay. So that's actually something I'm seeing. I used to have a filter functionality, but I think with just all the recent updates, it's probably lost. So I do want to get to these photos. So let me check my gallery. Okay. What is I'm going to do it? You guys are seeing a little bit of how the sausage is made because we want to make a recording, right? And ideally, I want the recording to look similar to kind of what you see on this homepage. but I want this to not be linked to the new memory I just made. All right, so maybe it's not going to work the way I ideally would like it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just re-add my favorite photos. So you can see in this video, I kind of start with the app opening. And you can kind of see my first praise app. And you see some praise at the bottom. So I kind of like that aesthetic. So similarly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add some photos just to make everything look nice. Oh, why not use one of our new background images? Awesome. Okay. So this is kind of what it'll look like. You kind of see some flowers. You need Jesus. Every praise, prayer remembered. All right. Let me believe this guy. What I'm trying to do, guys, is I want to be a little bit more responsible. So taking little progress shots. What else can I add here? Do some sequoias. So yeah, this is MyPraise App. So this could be like the opening here. Let me use one of the free backgrounds. All right, I think we're good. Let's see. All right. So I think we have the backgrounds that we want to show in the video. We have the screens that we want to show in the video. We have the memories that we want to show in the video. Exit this page. This is useless. Now we just need to do the recording. So this thing says that I can do recording pretty well. So let me see if I. Why did it delete everything? Yeah, so supposedly Kite, this app you can use it to record on your phone on your screen directly. So with iPhone Marin, so I have it enabled, but nothing happens. Yeah, this is kind of the reason why I'm going to be making my own app one day on this stuff. So let's see. Let's record this area. Okay, that's kind of a pain. So what we'll do is we're just going to record the phone directly. Okay. So I'll show you guys how I do the recording. Yeah, for some reason this is frozen. So let me stop sharing this and reshare. Okay, for some reason now it's stuck. Okay, there it is. Okay. Mm-hmm. How's our Christmas? So let's see. Let's start from. Okay. So what was the first thing that we're showing? First thing that we're showing is kind of just opening the app in your home screen. Okay. So I just click this. With the app and then home screen. We'll try that again. So just click this. Oh, now it's doing random things. Let me click this. All right. Okay. My dad's calling me. I'm gonna have to talk to them later. So what we do is pre-recording. So I don't know why I just got stuck on this. Let me delete this to see if that fixes the photo. So it seems to, so that's when it happens. It happens when you open the app. Okay, so I kind of like that click path, right? It's just showing you home screen, open the app, next photo. We'll do something like that, right? So I'm going to say is import image or video. Now what I'll do is I'll move this photo. I'll airdrop it to myself. It's another thing that's a huge pain. It takes forever to move media across laptops. So as this is cooking, let's see what's going on with cursor. So cursor is saying that this is done. So in essence, it has now normalized chat markdown and trimmed all trailing white space, fixed the back quotes and block quotes and nested quotes and everything else. Added horizontal rule attachments. Okay. Callout uses an overlay rule, so height hugs consistently. Perfect. Let's try that. Let's see what Codex did. Codex is still running. So that's another thing about Codex. Codex definitely takes a little bit longer, especially when it's on auto. It kind of just chooses the best model, the fastest model when it needs. Codex high, so it's going to use a little bit more horse and doing something a little bit more technical. Let's go back to my iPhone. Where's Kite? Okay, once again, this is taking forever. So let me just try to message myself. Okay. Just a pain. So I want to replace this with different media.
Out now on iOS.
Okay, so that's the first thing that you guys see, right? So I added that media, and it kind of expanded the whole thing. When it really should actually just.
Welcome to MyPraise App.
Okay, so that's what happened. It's adding all the play arounds that I did earlier. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just switch this, guys. So what I can actually do is let me do it on Photos app. Because over here, what I can do over here is I can trim this. Boom, boom, boom. Do. Welcome to MyPraise App. Boom, boom, boom. Do. Okay, I think that's perfect. So we'll mark this. We'll say save this. And now we'll replace this. So it's about 6 seconds. That's what I'm looking for. How's this 1 minute?
Welcome to MyPraise App.
Okay. I don't know why I just picked up the image. I want the video.
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS.
And you guys kind of heard the song in the background there, so let me actually add that here. I'm gonna add music. Music and audio, import video. I should call that song, I call it Praise Cipher.
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer. Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for
Okay, perfect. So now I
strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer. No clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God, and only share what you want, when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Awesome. So what I'm gonna do is I have my first scene document or videoed. Now the next scene will be just scrolling the app and using it and liking a message probably. So let me clean this up a little bit so it's a little bit interesting. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm just gonna find some photos just to flesh out the app a little bit. Okay. Oops. Okay. So I like that as a next screen. All right. So we're gonna show just scrolling through this. And as I'm doing that, I'll probably actually even attach a photo so you can see kind of a lot of things at once, right? So what will happen is as I'm doing this, it's like boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wow, 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 wow. Hopefully you don't get that. Gonna be added screenshot. Let's see. Okay. So okay, so that's not working. So we're just gonna keep this video simple. So what it'll just be like is just gonna say scroll, 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 scroll. Then click this, scroll, then click this, then choose from library. I'll add this, scroll, like, all right. Let me also redo that one. So this one, you can just come in, you can add a photo. All right, beautiful. And I want to say like, and that's it. So let's see how these videos look. Okay, and then let's look at the last video that we're going to do. There's going to be the Bible. I'm going to show the transition. Okay. So start off with this, go on to this, go on to this, go on to this. I will click explain. I think that's what we showed here. All right.
Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
You make the whole room rise at your words, small talk face when I'm
Okay, let me redo that video. All right, what did I do? Well, I just did the recording. Okay, so I used CapCut, it seems. Okay, that makes sense. So I used CapCut to show me going down this. And I used CapCut as well to show me going across this. Okay. So this is a little bit more of a detailed video than I was expecting. Okay, I think that's fine. So pretty much I think we have the videos that we need. I just need to work on this video. And that's for this one, what I'm doing over here.
Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to this in a second. So let's see what's going on with this one. This is still building, huh? This one is almost done. Oh, this one is done. We'll come back to these. What we'll do now is let's continue kind of making the app. So I'm gonna kite. And I got this. So what I'll do is I'm gonna go to CapCut. Actually, already should have this somewhere here. Okay, I don't see it. All good. So I may just play the song on repeat in the background.
go click, eyes.
Where's my music?
I step in, humble, bare feet on the floor. Heart still knock door. Spirit move in the room, leans in. Praise rise up. With your love, stay sharp. Light breakthrough in the corner dark. I got that joy when the drums go click. Eyes wide open, your word cuts quick. The praise too loud for the doubt to be heard. You make the whole room rise at your word. Small talk phase when I walk this path. Lord, I came for you, not that story unfold. Pray, then we let it go. Praise cypher, praise cypher, fix my eyes. Step now, the crowd draw nigh. Praise cypher, glorify. Praise cypher, hear that shout. Praise cypher, all about one more song and the whole place lives. Praise cypher, I live like this. Word on the page, eyes. Your promise like a waking dream. Every heart holds a hidden spark. Every soul got the light in the dark. I don't chase, I just receive. One touch of grace and I believe. Time moves slow but your pulse stay near. Like a steady hand through the atmosphere. When I lift my voice, the heavens replay. Head, that peace draws nigh, no fake shine, just a hard-earned praise. Same old mercy made new each day. Hands up, lift and hold. Watch the glory unfold. Praise rising bold. Then we let it go.
The whole app decided to restart, or the whole phone decided to restart. So what we'll do is let's use CapCut on the desktop. All right, we'll just use CapCut. So let's see. Let's get the music in a second. Maybe also sign in with the QR code. All right, let me also make sure I send just all these videos to myself. Photos. Or ideally, they should be already in my Photos app, but you never know. Okay, so it looks like it did get a few videos. All right, let's start off with this one. Play the music on my tunes here. So definitely download me, Ike Chuku, short for Ike Chuku. I'm gonna play some of my new music for you guys. So those coming from my playlist called Journey, Growth, and Afro Beats. So yeah, we'll play this as we're making this.
Our Father, hear my voice. When I don't have the words, hollow every corner of this tight, crowded heart. Let your name stay holy when my hands are shaking. Let your kingdom come down.
Let your will be done on this earth in my home as it is above. Our Father, here we are.
Your kingdom come. Our Father, lead us on. We want your will. Give us this day our bread. Forgive us as we forgive. Our Father, here with us. Your kingdom come close. When the dark comes near me, be my shelter, be my shield, keep my feet from wandering, keep my eyes on you. If I fall, restore me. If I stray, call me back. Let your kingdom come down. Let your will be done on this earth in my home as it is above. Our Father, here with us. Your kingdom come.
All right, let's see.
We want your will. Give us this day our bread.
Awesome. So this looks like it's done. Let's see. This one is also done. So we'll come back to this. Before I do this, I'll make a mistake and break everything. I'm gonna get this. I want to get this this commercial done. So now that we have this, what I want to do is I want to make sure that I have all my videos. So let me see where my photos at. Okay. All right, I think we're back in business.
Forgive us as we forgive. Our Father, come. Our Father, lead us on. We want your will. Give us this day our bread.
forgive us as we forgive.
Our Father, He with us.
Your kingdom come close.
When the dark comes near me, be my shelter, be my shield, keep my feet from wandering, keep my eyes on you. If I fall, restore me. If I stray, call me back. Let your kingdom come down. Let your will be done on this earth in my home as it is above. Our Father, here with us.
Your kingdom come.
Come close. Our Father, lead us on. We want your will. Your give us this day our bread. Forgive us as we forgive. Our Father, here with us. Kingdom come close. Yours is the power.
Yours is the power, yours is the glory, yours is forever.
Come close. Our Father, be your son. We want your will. Your will. Give us this day our bread. Forgive us as we forgive. Our Father, here with us. Your kingdom come close.
So you guys can see here, it's pretty much, I have my first shot, I have my second shot, and now before I make my third shot, I want to just make sure I carve this out, right? So in essence, it's going to start off with the flip of the phone. It's going to go to me scrolling. So if it's going to be scrolling, it should be starting from here probably. Scrolling. And then from there, it should actually cut. So this is actually perfect right here. When this happens, I split this. And what I should do is actually I should start from the second one, the clean change. This one is okay. But you can kind of see like I'm still faffing around a little bit with the heart. But instead I want to start off actually with this one because yeah, you can see I kind of like open this screen like this, and then no, I still play too many games around this one. So maybe I do two things. Maybe I go over here. So this is like kind of like the zoom, the scroll. And then from there, I cut from here. All right, so trim this. Delete this guy. And that way it's just one continuous screen. So it's like boom, boom, boom. Do. And then it comes over here. And then what I can do then is I can, let's see how this looks. I come through the flow. Like in the door. Yep. Because from there, what I do is I actually cut from here. And then what I wanted to do is now I wanted to start again from here. I should start like right over here. All right. So it's like dee 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 dee. Comes over here. Boom boom boom. Shows me liking this image. And that's it. I can show context, but like it gets a little bit convoluted when you want to show everything in the world. I mean, I could actually even show it on this menu. Yeah, let me actually show from here. Because what I can do is I can show it, I can say like, yeah, add in photos is great and dandy. One thing I like to do, like now that we're especially like in a good spot where we can start talking about transitions, is I love this left transition. I swipe left every time. And since this is like the one that gives you that like swipe effect, I say you should be doing it for about 1 second. So usually you can see like the time that it takes. So speed, duration, 5 seconds. I don't think I want 5 seconds. I don't know what's going on. But yes, swipe left. This 1 second. I have to make them all like 1 second. That way it's like very consistent. Your brain picks up on a lot of this stuff, in the background. Boom, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so that was pretty cool. Let's see. And because it's actually going to be starting off with this is one whole movie, I'm going to chunk this up in the actual trailer, so I can keep like this. Yeah, that's not bad. And then add the same swipe left over here. I'll make this 1 second. All right. Okay, very nice. Let's play with my music. Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now.
I step in, humble, bare feet on the floor. Heart still knocking like grace at the door. Spirit moving, the room leans in. Praise rise up when the song
Friends,
begins.
contacts, memories.
Running over your love, stay sharp. Like breakthrough in the corner dark. I got that joy when the drums go click. Eyes wide open, your word cuts quick. The praise too loud for the doubt to be heard. You make the whole room rise at your words. Small talk face when I walk this path. Lord, I came for you, not the aftermath. Hands up, lift and hold. Watch the glory unfold. Praise rise and bold. Then we let it go.
Praise cipher.
Make it rise.
Praise cipher.
Fix my eyes.
Stop now, the current goes now.
Praise cipher, glorify. Praise cipher, hear that shout. Praise cipher, all about one more song and the whole place lives. Praise cipher, live like this. Word on the page, eyes on the seam. I read your promise like a.
Okay, that looks and sounding good so far. So we got this, we got this, we got this. We need the transition for this guy right here. And then we got this, and then we got this. And honestly, this one doesn't need to be too long. Actually, let me play this with the trailer. What am I doing this second? I'm going to do it on kite.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want.
Okay, so I need to cut this by about like 4 or 5 seconds, so I can make sure that I hit all the points with the music notes. So for that to happen, what I'm going to do is so I kind of have this is kind of long, but that's all good actually, because this can be however long it needs. That's a hard break. But now for this one, it's like, okay, I come through here. It says you can log your memories, log your praise. Well, why does this one take so long? Let's replay this video.
Welcome. Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want.
Okay, I messed up. I need to pause this when I'm going to the Bible, because then that's when I should be ending the content on this side. So, shiznits.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when.
So at 19 seconds, I should be transitioning to the Bible. Right now, what I'm doing. So what that is doing is it's really not adding much, but I want to show myself like in the app. So what does this do? So I'm already in here. So what if I cut this down? So by 1:19, how far am I in here? This is what? Scene 4 or 5 seconds in. Unfortunately, I don't really even see like how long this is. Okay, so scene 4. This is kite. Where's my pro cut, cap cut? Well, let's just retime this. I think this is about right.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want, when you want.
That looks actually really good. I'm about like 2 seconds moving too slow. What I can do here is actually I can probably move this guy a little bit further down. I can probably move this guy. I'm gonna trim some more extra time on this. Just not adding any value. I can just say boom, 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 do. I don't know what this actually does. So let me just delete that. Okay, I like that. So that does show some of the experience of how to add a photo. So we want to keep that. So it's like boom, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, and then from there, we then cut pretty much at this. Now we add another swipe left animation. And from here, we actually show more of the sideways view. I'll rotate. Okay, so here's how you rotate. So I need to rotate. Or actually, what I may need to do is I may need to just actually do a whole new clip, if I remember correctly. That's what I did for this guy. Because in essence, you go from here.
With contacts and to build grateful habits.
Okay. That's what we'll do. Okay. So we got this. You got this. Okay. I'll end on this view. So kind of this video I'll end over here. And I'll start the next video of just me with the sideways view.
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek.
Okay, I'm actually now a little too fast, which is good. Because now I can extend this a little bit. We're going to extend this guy.
Welcome to MyPraise App.
I hate when I don't get the timing right. It's going to throw me off. I'm about like 1 second off. Oh my goodness.
Welcome to MyPraise App.
Okay, trying to do too much at once. So start over here. Start over here.
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built.
All right, start over here. Start over here.
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want.
I think this is it. Oh, this part is a little janky. Okay, that's why. Because it kind of starts off with the other image. Boom. You need Jesus. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. All right, so I think this is the motion. I'll make sure everything has 1 second transitions. Let's start this again from the start.
Welcome to.
I may actually be able to even use the Bible reader again because I didn't make much changes from that.
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media personal media.
Okay, I think we got it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this. Okay, name. We'll call this launch trailer B-roll. I do have TikTok, so let me export it to TikTok. Okay, so now we got the B-roll. Now let's go back to Kite. This will be the last thing that we do, and then we'll do a couple more tests of the app itself. So we have this already going, so this is good. So what we'll just say is
Welcome to MyPraise App. Out now on iOS. Break away from.
So this is where we'll replace the video now. We'll say replace with different media. Okay, so I don't know where CapCut is. So where do you store these photos? Open in folder. I'll just move this. So Ike, movies, CapCut. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, import Ike. Movies, CapCut, B-roll.
Away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer. No clout or distraction.
Actually,
Feed built for strangers. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Break away from a feed built for
so
break away from a feed built for strangers. Grateful habits. Seek God and only share.
oh my goodness, this is crazy.
Break away from a feed built for strangers. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer. No clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want.
There it is.
MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Rise at your words, small talk face when I walk this.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I may need to pay to remove this. Logo.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer. No clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Rise at your words, small talk face when I walk this.
All right, you got me. I'll pay the $60 now. All right. Can I have that logo? My first trailer? Come on. That's janky. Okay. Like, IE CEO, which is crazy. Because I have them CEO and the founder, co-founder of MyPraise App. MyPraise. I use my LLC. LLC. Extremely small. Okay. I don't know where I heard you guys, but do not keep me in the loop. All right, we'll go over what Kite Pro can do in the future, but as of now, I just don't want to have this thing. So let's see how this looks.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God, and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Awesome. This is done. Okay. So launch video. No music. All right, y'all. I'll be right back. Okay. The trailer is pretty much there. All right, how does the mic look? Let's see. So trailer is there. I now have it exported. It's now my CapCut folder, which is fine. And now what I'll do is I'll go to my Final Cut Pro and replace this. How do I add to this? Okay, so now I want to import media to this project. And for that to happen, I'm going to go to my Ike movies, CapCut, launch trailer, no sound, import selected.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Rise at your word, small talk face when I walk this path, Lord, I came for you.
Awesome. There it is. I think this is the trailer, guys.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Rise at your word, small talk face when I walk this path, Lord, I came for you.
Okay. So I think that this is pretty much done. But I do want to maybe do some equalizer. I don't see how to do equalizer on here, so I'm gonna just have to say, oh well. Okay, all I can do. How do I do trailing? How do I fade? Okay, here's the equalizer. Just enhance it all because it's all music. Let's see what this says.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers.
Step in, humble, bare feet on the floor. Heart still knocking like grace at the door. Spirit move in the room, leans in. Praise rise up when the song begins. Cup running over your love, stay sharp. Like breakthrough in the corner, dog. Got that joy when the drums go click. Eyes wide open, your word cuts quick. Praise too loud.
I don't like it. All of that. I'll say that this one actually, instead of, let's say, voice enhance.
Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distraction. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media. Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Rise at your word, small talk face when I walk this path, Lord, I came for you.
All right. So I think that this is pretty much good.
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos.
Running over your cup, running over your
Contacts and photos.
running over your love.
To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want.
Eyes wide open, your word cuts quick. The praise too loud for the doubt to be heard. You make the whole room rise at your word. Small.
How do I do fade? Sound effects. How do I add a fade?
Welcome to MyPraise App, out now on iOS. Break away from a feed built for strangers. Capture a praise, log a prayer, no clout or distractions. Relive your memories with contacts and photos. To build grateful habits, seek God and only share what you want when you want. MyPraise App, your non-social media, personal media.
Rise at your word, small talk face when I walk this path, Lord, I came for you.
There it is. I think this is it. MyPraise App. Launch trailer. 80926. Okay. Next. All right, guys. The launch trailer is done. Let's go back to what we were originally doing today. So we talked about Kite. We talked about the demo. We talked about the trailer. Okay. Let's see. What else do we want to do today? We saw this happen, so we'll fix that some other time. But okay. So this is now we're gonna test all these guys. So let's see how this all works. Hopefully, things aren't broken. I don't think there will be, but we shall see. The one thing that we didn't do is we didn't implement the new UI from Cloud Design. So I may do that as a follow-up. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. We shall see. So what we'll do though is we'll test out what Codex and Cursor did. All right. So Cursor would have fixed the issue where, in essence, the verses being generated are too long, injected a lot of blank rows. One to fix the editing, and then how it gets transcribed to a new memory. And then on Codex, what we did was over here, we pretty much, okay, for this one, we fixed the Apple Intelligence. We made this a little bit more. And then now we also wanted to make sure that when it streams, you can see it streaming. So a lot of different things went live. Let's see if it works. This will be the last thing that we do, guys. So hopefully it does work. Otherwise, I'll fix this offline. So let's see, it's loading. So as this is loading, Final Cut has also, nope, did not give me notifications. Final Cut has uploaded the video. Let's go back to our YouTube, and what we'll do is we'll prepare for the launch tomorrow. So MyPraise App launch. Let me replace this video. Edit draft. Where can I just delete this video? Yeah, YouTube is funny. It doesn't even know you to like delete videos. So it says this is going to be the launch trailer 1. Okay. So we'll let this upload. How's this looking? Okay. So the fact that this doesn't bomb out means that there's some good things that we should hopefully see. Okay, it's now opening up the app. We'll test this along our code along to see what has been fixed. Okay. Okay. So let's go into the assistant. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, John 3:16. We can see that it has the whole new chip for inserting the suggestions. We'll now click go. Hopefully we should see some streaming happen as the model is coming up with the answer. Okay. Okay, guys. It looks like it's working. Okay. Wow. Much better. Amen. Oops. So the one thing I don't like too much is that it closes at the end, but we'll fix that. So yeah, it shows the 10 memories, but doesn't show which ones, which is all good. We'll fix that. That's what's coming up next. But this is so much better, so much smoother. So we can say verse that is generated and reply back, especially in code blocks, since we rejected many rows. Okay, looks like it's fixed over there, but we'll test it when we create a new memory. Okay. Okay. So this one, I feel like we can actually close this one. Okay. Let's see how this looks when I generate an image. Awesome. So much faster. So another image. And to be honest, y'all, I love the connected memories, but that would be a 1.01 feature. I think we're at a spot where we can kind of say we're done with 1.0 at least. Because I want to get this into your hands as soon as possible. So yeah, things are working a lot faster here. So yeah, I may make this a 2.0 feature. Okay. So yeah, I'll probably make this a 2.0 feature. That way we can get 1.0 out as soon as possible. All right. Let's generate. So far, so good. Everything looks good. Awesome. Oh, look at it. It's actually a lot bigger too. A lot more space to breathe. A lot more space to. Looking lovely here. Okay, looking good. Yeah, this is looking a lot better. Perfect. Dailies. Continue. Amen. And I'm done. Awesome. Okay. So the verse that was generated, let's see how this looks. So that looks good. Okay. So looks great, guys. Let's see what happens when I start typing. So what I'll do, I'm going to come back here. I'm going to say, let's create a new memory. Let me just start typing. Okay. So I get down to the last. All right, seems to be working. So we're gonna call all this done. Only things remaining are the things we're gonna do probably in the next couple of weeks, or I may get it done sooner than that. You kind of saw how we started it, so we may get it done sooner. We talked about exploring the new ideas. We talked about the cost, so let's actually go back and run the final numbers. So codecs, when all is said and done, I used about 3%. Wow. Okay. 30% remaining. Cloud, I used about Cursor, we'll start with Cursor. Cursor I used about, so before it was $5, now it's at $8, so I use about another $3 more. So $350. So I'll say I use about $650 altogether. And then Claude. The session was reset, so I'm gonna guess it's probably about like 15%. I don't think I used that much more. Okay. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining the call. We're gonna close it for the evening, and we just hope and pray that everyone has a blessed day, blessed week going ahead. And thank you for joining. Take care, everyone. Bye.